Hello everyone, hello, welcome to the show. I'm your host Johnny Baghead. Hope you're doing good out there. You have to forgive me, a bit of a late start because I was eating lunch. Also, one sec, where is my... Nope, I don't know where my OBS chat window went. Oh well, I can use I'll use my browser. That's okay. But yes, welcome back. I just had this mini Chicago town pizza. But welcome back, and yeah, by popular demand, popular vote, I asked people, hey, what do you want us to stick with, Beyond Good and Evil, or mix it up? And we're mixing up, and we're going to go with TimeSplitters, the original TimeSplitters on the PlayStation. This is a playthrough I actually promised a while ago, before getting sick and everything like that. One sec, I've also got my Bailey's flavored latte here. Oh yeah, that's good. But, you know, stuff went wrong. Some people might remember I had a throat infection for a few months. That was great. Reminds me, by the way, I heard I was setting up something. I'll talk about it in a bit. But I heard a clip of me from that era. And I remember some people saying, yeah, you don't sound that different. I hear it. I sound horrible. I don't think I could even replicate what my voice sounded like. It wasn't a stuffed nose. It was like... It was like my throat was like this. But not quite that severe. But it was definitely like, it sounded like I'd swallowed my own tongue. Just for like 3 months. Oh, but speaking of, part of me, I was hoping to be on camera today. And I thought my shoulder had gotten better enough. And then I guess it had either gotten worse or I didn't realize it was still not good. Because I feel like it's worse today. So, we're going to play it safe. We're just going to be chill. Play, you know, off cam. However, we are going to do something different. And when we get back to Beyond Good and Evil, which depending on how long this takes, might be sooner than later. We'll see. But, nope. There we go. Aha, I do have a camera on. Why do I have a camera on, you ask? We're going to look at the box here. I do have a copy of Beyond Good and Evil as well to do that with, so we'll do that next time. But there's a few reasons I wanted to do this. The first is that TimeSplitters' story, the first game, is very implied. It's not really in the game. So to get the story, we have to read the back of the box here. I'm going to figure out where to place my ring light here, that it doesn't do this. Oh, yeah, no, I've done hand can stream stuff. Next time we do a PlayStation or a Nintendo 64 grab bag, I always get the hand cam out. But we'll read the back here. The TimeSplitters, an evil race dwelling outside of time and space. Throughout history, they've manipulated the fate of humanity. Now, reused from an ancient sleep. I've never seen this word before. Reused? Roused? Is that supposed to be roused? I guess that's roused. The TimeSplitters cross the threshold from their shadowy dimension to confront a disparate collection of heroes who must attempt to stop them. But, yeah, and that's about all the story you get. The manual is a decent manual, and it's good to read this because I needed it to sort out the inverted aiming and things like that. Because this game is weird, and we'll get into why. But the thing I wanted to highlight, and you would have seen this if you saw this in the announcement post, they have a quote here from Edge Magazine. Edge Magazine is I think they're still around. It's a UK publication. And they have this quote from them. Finally, the game worth buying a PlayStation 2 for. Now, the reason I want to highlight this quote is this was a launch title. So what do they mean, finally? Finally, a reason to buy the console. This came out with the console. What do you mean, finally? But also, that is such a bold fucking quote. That this is the game to get the system at launch. Now, I did try to find this review. Unfortunately, I think it's because they're owned by Future Publishing. I couldn't find a copy of this specific issue. This is issue 91. This came out. I did double check. I checked because, funny enough, finding exactly what games came out on launch day in each region, the information varies what source you check, unfortunately. But as far as I can tell, in PAL regions, and the UK specifically, this would have come out the 24th of November. Or like the 25th. But which is essentially, that's the day or the day after the console came out. And as far as I know, in the US, it also launched with the system in October. So. But also, a couple other things. I didn't notice this immediately until I was like really paying attention to my collection. With some of the early PlayStation 2 PAL releases, I noticed that some of them do these black cases. And I don't know when they swapped over or why. For a minute, I thought it was, oh, is it because it's only for games that are on CDs? But no, that's not the case. It just seems that for like the first year-ish, they were going to go for black cases and then they swapped over to the dark blue. Also, this is the thing that I know bothers a lot of non-PAL players, where the PlayStation 1 and 2 use this kind of uniform spine design. I prefer it. When I look over at my other console collections that don't do this, it looks so messy. In some cases, it doesn't even look like they're from the same system. You go to the PlayStation 3, where they changed the fucking logo design halfway through the generation. So I prefer this. The closest to this that another system did is the Wii, where it would be all white, the Wii logo, and then the font would be unique. Though some developers and publishers would use a like default Nintendo font as well. Though you're not guaranteed there, because some games came in color cases. So New Super Mario Bros. Wii is red, Pandora's Tower is black. Surprisingly, Zelda not in a gold box, I'm pretty sure. I do have Skyward Sword. I don't believe it came... And Twilight Princess. I don't believe either of them came in a gold box. But there you go. But I recognize some of the designs here. I'm trying to see who I recognize. I forget what this guy's name is. We'll find out. But he's the British explorer guy. I remember him. And this fish tank guy, he's in Future Perfect. I know roughly what robot this is. She was like got upgraded models in each game. And she had better designs. Here she is literally just robot with boobs. But there you go. And I can show this. I'm pretty sure. Yep, this is a CD. Because blue bottom. And we'll look at we'll have a quick peruse of the manual. But unfortunately a black and white manual. But the thing I noticed is every single page just has this lady robot on it. Pretty much. Only if they had to, you know, they couldn't put her in the background because it would have made the font illegible. But otherwise, she's on every single page. So they must have really liked her. Oh, them Brit boys. But yeah, in terms of the story and the things mentioned like that, the manual actually does not really go into it for some reason. So there you go. But I'm gonna get the game launched here, and then I'll there we go. So yes. Oh, I could turn that up. Jojo in the chat saying, all I know about TimeSplitters is the bald guy and the monkeys. Yeah, Cortez. I don't know if Cortez is even in this game, if I'm going to be honest. He might be a TimeSplitters 2 invention. And yeah, the monkeys... It just seems to be core to the series. But again, maybe they're not in this one. I don't know. So, yeah. This was a launch title for the PlayStation 2. It was also... So, I should explain. So, Free Radical Design were... like, a lot of the key figures from the Rare's GoldenEye Nintendo 64 team. And they... had briefly, I don't know for how long, but they had started work on Perfect Dark, and then for some reason or another, they left to form their own studio. And from what I know of the history, this was not the first game they pitched. The first game they pitched was Second Sight, which is a very different game. Similar art direction to like TimeSplitters 2 and 3, but the tone is very different. You play as like a guy who's like kidnapped and experimented on, and he's given psychic powers, and he's trapped in a lab. And it's like an adventure game with fixed camera angles. It's very different. And I've always been meaning to play that one. Only ever had a demo back in the day, but we'll check out one of these days. But my understanding is that this was done kind of like, okay, so here's a game you want to make, but we need to... You know, we need something to release in time for the PlayStation 2 and to kind of keep giving you funding. So Eidos was like, hey, do you mind making... Oh, you know what? I am going to turn that down. That's a bit too loud. It's good to have this demo play so we can check it out. So yeah, so I believe Eidos were like, well, you know, we need to put something out. This Second Sight project is, like, bigger in scope. So I believe this kind of started out more of a... obligation of like, okay, we'll put out a smaller project, and then eventually became like their main series for a while. Also, I need to put my memory card in. There we go. And you'll definitely tell that this was a smaller scope project. This first game, it feels very proof of concept. Yeah, Jojo was saying, ironic, then this took off in Second Sight. I've never heard about before. Yeah, I could be wrong on that, but that is the history I heard. Let me see if Wikipedia confirms that. So yeah, so they were initially employees previously working at Rare. They worked on GoldenEye and Perfect Dark from late 98 to early 99. This team left Rare. Oh, yeah, no, the Wikipedia history is missing a lot. It doesn't actually say any of that. It goes from releasing TimeSplitters and then mentioning TimeSplitters 2 all the way to Battlefront 3 and Haze and then the studio closing down. Like, there's a lot of history missing from that article. But that's what I remember hearing, is that this was not the first game they were trying to make. It must have happened very quickly, because apparently this game was made in about 16 months, so they probably started development very quickly after being formed, you know? Because it's around like February, March of 99 they were formed, and then this would have, you know, come out in October. So they probably started this within a month of being formed, so they probably kind of pitched Second Sight, and were like, yeah, you can do that, but you need to do something smaller scale first. But yeah, I've just made a profile and tested some stuff to get this working. I would say for Open PS2 Loader, you have to enable mode 6. Otherwise, this game outputs weird. It's hard to explain. It kind of looks like the interlacing is fucked up. But you just turn mode 6 on, which is called in-game reset. And I don't know what that means, but that's what it's called. And that fixes it. But yeah, this game's weird. There's the options here, but if you want to change controls... button bindings, sticks, that's all in-game. You have to do that in-game, which is weird. Okay, we're gonna bump up a little more. Oh, didn't mean to open that. But, so I wanted to mention, just, you know, speaking on that Edge magazine quote. about this game. So I found a list, and I think this is fairly accurate to what games came out for the launch. For the UK launch, right? So I've got Aqua Wetris 2. I don't know what that game is. Dynasty Warriors 2, that's a big one. Fantavision, which is a weird game. I need to check that game out one day. FIFA 2001, Gradius 3 and 4, International Superstar Soccer, aka what became Pro Evolution Soccer, NHL 2001, Orphan, Scion of Sorcery. I hear that one's not good. Ready to Rumble Round 2, Ridge Racer 5. Those ones are okay, but they're definitely... Like, Ready to Rumble Round 2 is kind of just an updated version of the first game. Like, it's just like new roster, some new modes, but it's essentially the same game as the first one. Ridge Racer 5, we've definitely got to look at that. Silent Scope we looked at. That's a almost straight arcade port. It's got very little bells and whistles on it. The first Smuggler's Run, SSX 1, that's a big one. Tekken Tag Tournament, that I would say is the must-buy. If you were buying any game at the launch of the PlayStation 2, it would be Tekken Tag Tournament. And then, yeah, TimeSplitters and Wild Wild Racing. So, yeah, decent selection. From what I understand, the North American library at launch was bigger. Like, Midnight Club, Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore, some other stuff there that's kind of missing. It's a thing, though, where maybe some of the games came out, like, a month or two into launch. But yeah, we don't have much to start with. There is a challenge mode in this as well, but you have to beat the story to do it. But let's start at the start. 1935 Tomb. Yeah, Ash. Captain Ash, yeah. Or Lady Jane. This lady never came back. I'm fairly certain she is not in 2 or 3. But we'll start with Ash.
Yes.
Okay, so there is some voice acting in this. Okay. It's cool to see even in this first one they were doing these like character-centric animations. Yeah, I don't know why my OBS chat window disappeared. It's probably because I unplugged one of my monitors. So yeah, if you're not familiar with TimeSplitters, but you're familiar with GoldenEye, this will immediately be apparent. But, you know, I'll mention for reference, right? You know, to paint a picture. Oh, geez, these... Now, that's the GoldenEye shit I remember. Fucking enemies with amazing vision. Is if you've ever played GoldenEye or Perfect Dark on the original hardware, you know, those are not games that run at great frame rates, let alone stable ones either. So you have to imagine what a big change this would have been to go from GoldenEye, especially like Perfect Dark. Obviously, that development got finished by others, but that game pushes... It's amazing, but yeah, it barely runs at times. I'm just gonna quickly check my controls. I want to make sure I know what yeah, okay. But yeah, if you wanna mess with your controls and stuff, you have to go into gameplay. It's kind of funny. Oh shit, that was quick. You know what? No. Where is it? No, that's not what I'm looking for. There we go. And yeah, still a bit of GoldenEye DNA in this. Oh! I didn't realise there was triggers. I will say, it does feel a bit bad. The first level is... You play as a fucking British guy, like, raiding another country's ancient tombs to steal their shit. Like, that's immediately where this game starts. Not being those fucking stereotypes, are we? There we go. I do have the blunder... Oh, I have dynamite. And I do have the blunderbuss, but I remember the blunderbuss not being great. Because it's single fire. Oh, shit. Oh, right. There we go. That's what the blunderbuss is good for. This might take a few tries, because I do remember... Like, if you jump into this on normal, it does take a... It is quite tough to start out with. Funny enough, I do know this level a little bit because I have messed with it in TimeSplitters Rewind, which has the full TimeSplitters 1 campaign playable. Because here's the thing, this campaign, if you've ever played 2 or 3, especially the map maker, this feels like a campaign mode that was made in the map maker. Oh wow, the boxes didn't even blow up. So Joe asks, yeah, is all the plot in the manual? I'm going to double check again. I don't think any of the plot's in the manual. I think it's only on the back of the box. Let's double check. Getting started, create new player. The story is not really in the manual. It's more of like a technical explanation. This is a mission-based game mode that allows you to play as different characters in different locations spanning a century from 1935 to 2035. And then it just says, oh yeah, this is how, progress works. Yeah, no, the story is just on the back of the box, that bit I read at the start. You can tell that this game is very budgety, kind of experimental a bit. Because I messed most with the map editor in the third one. The map editor, you could probably make a story mission about the complexity of this one. I don't know about the rest of the game. Also, we don't have the map bin. Oh, shit, Tommy gun, though. You know what? I think the ammo is shared with the pistol. So that's very GoldenEye. Nope. I'm getting lost already. But look, it's fast. I imagine seeing this frame rate at the time, if you were used to how console frame rates were, would have been mind-blowing. If you were coming from Nintendo 64 or PlayStation 1 first-person shooters to seeing this, like, holy shit. I did read a little tidbit that mentions, like, yeah, they didn't you know, because they, from the get-go, were building this to play split screen up to 4 players, that, you know, there's certain compromises and things to keep the performance good. They mentioned that they didn't use any anti-aliasing. There we go. This is a TimeSplitters thing. Undead, you have to kill with headshots. Or... there's some other ways, actually. But in terms of, like, conventional guns, you have to use headshots. You have to remove the head from the body. I should check, actually. Yeah, find the cultist Unk and return it to the shrine. But you can see, you know, this level is built very grid-like. And it even has that vibe of like, oh, this feels kind of built like a multiplayer level that kind of got modified into a campaign level. Oh, that's a different gun. What is this? Aha! The old 6-shooter. Yeah, also, who remembers when aiming modes did this? Yeah, it's... There's a little bit, Jodril. Yeah, you say there's some detail. It's not just bare rooms. It's not far off. Though. It's mostly in the texture work. You know, they've got these lights here, for example. I am surprised, though. Like, yeah, it's like... The most I think this has aged outside of the level design. Like, just looking at the visuals. But yeah, the texture work is pretty good for the time. For launch. Also, I like we've got the advancement of our health and armor is on screen. Because that wasn't the case in in GoldenEye. Also, yeah, the TimeSplitters look completely different in this game. They got redesigned. So those guys there that were shooting the projectiles, those were the TimeSplitters. Yeah, these fins. Not this room. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they got a very major redesign. The hands are kind of similar. Shit. I think I used up all the health I found so far. Oh, I'll take the ammo. Oh, that was a zombie. Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to tell the difference between the zombies and the TimeSplitters in this. Uh-oh. I'm not lost again, am I? Oh, here we go. Yep. Hey! And that, yep, that big circle just tells you where the end of the level is. And yeah, but you can see this is even a bit scaled down from GoldenEye. I don't know if you ever get objectives to the same complexity. I do believe I know the difficulty levels do change stuff. I'll quickly load it up just to show it.
Okay.
Let me have a more of my coffee. But I don't think you get the multiple objective things. That came in 2. So yeah, you'll see the enemies spawns are different. You know, I don't think there's a melee in this. And yeah, see, there's a Tommy gun right at the start here. No enemies out here. So it's those kind of differences. Yeah, because they, you don't get spotted immediately because they change, where the enemies are, so they're not even looking at you at the start there. Alright, 1970 China. Yeah, they don't even explain, like, what you're gonna do in the levels even. You just... There you go. There it is. Detective Harry Tipper or Lieutenant Christine Malone.
Oh yeah.
Harry Tipper changed so much after this. I like he's a detective here, and then afterwards he turns into a fucking Austin Powers-esque spy parody. They completely changed him into. So yeah, this level, I don't know if I've actually loaded up in... Oh no, I did look at this. Yeah. Okay, so I start with the pistol and the Uzi. Ah, there's some frame drops. There we go. They definitely got better with optimization. And yeah, you have quite generous auto aim in this, I will say. So yeah, this map is straight up a like multiplayer map modified. Ah, sawn off. Ooh. I've always loved this song though. Let's see, do I have enough ammo for this now? Okay, a bit. Oh shit. Let me go for my guns. Yeah, regular pistol still, shotgun. But yeah, this was a very different time for first-person shooters, and I'm glad that we're at a point now where you can have different types. Oh shit. God, not even a game over animation, just... Just you fell from the start. Okay, I'll leave that health for now. I will say, having played this campaign level in TimeSplitters Rewind, if you're not familiar, TimeSplitters Rewind is a long-in-development fan project to remaster the series that had a very tumultuous development for a very long time, which I feel like you can almost directly blame on Crytek, who owned the IP for a while. They really fucked them around for a long time, like forcing them to work on... Oh, you have to work in the Cry engine, and then they swapped over to a different engine because they're having so much issues with it. And then eventually Crytek was like, actually, can you go back to that one? And like, I think a bunch of their volunteer developers, because they're not allowed to take donations or anything either. It did. There's a public version now. I will say I don't know how development's going right now, because there was supposed to be an update released not long after launch, and then that's been quite a few months ago now. But what's there is cool. You've got the entire TimeSplitters 1, the campaign, which you can play online co-op. This campaign does have co-op, but local only. And then I think pretty much all the campaign and characters, but also some stuff from the later games as well. It definitely had some bugs though. There was some stuff that definitely needed fixing. I specifically remember trying it with someone, I think while they were streaming, and a bug was happening where if people who left an online lobby were still being counted as, like, taking up player slots. Oh, that was cool to see, though, that they're, like, they were trying to blind find me there. Okay, now I'm going to go back, pick up that health. I have to think. There's a chance I've heard this melody in other stuff. Because it's the era. You definitely notice a bit that this game is using some, sample library stuff. Oh, too easy. Shit, I did a lot of damage there. He nailed me. Oh, look at that. That's so cute. Like, look at that. Of rendering a toilet. Of like, oh, well, we want to put water in it. Just put a blue texture in. That's good enough. I mean, again, for the time... Like, these are pretty good looking models as well. Like, in some places you can see the step up. That's the thing, I'm looking at this a lot as what the team that made GoldenEye would do on new hardware. And, like, what advancements they were able to do. Okay, now I think... Yeah. I'll have to think about it. I've already ranked the other TimeSplitters games on my PS2 rankings, but part of me is tempted at some point to stream them again and do the PS2 versions. Shit. That was quick. You gotta be real careful. You can lose your health very quickly. Whoa, whoa. No checkpointing. Checkpointing was really not a guarantee this early on. And plus, these levels are short, honestly. Like, if you play them a certain way, you can get through these levels in like 2-3 minutes. I think I did pick up the health here already. Yeah. Oh! Oh! I think that grenade, like, hit me and then got stuck in the air. Yeah, I'm not gonna retry yet, but I feel like this attempt is a done deal. Well, the opposite of done deal, I guess. My death will be a done deal. Yeah. I'm just gonna... Do you know what I should test? I should see if this game has the same... Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna... I want to test something. So... Hang on. Okay. So... GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 has a kind of weird thing where, you know, there's silenced weapons and then there's, you know, non-silenced weapons, right? But if you, for example, if you use the AK and you only fire like 1 or 2 shots, it won't make noise, essentially. It won't, you know, guards won't hear it. The same as if you go full auto with it. There we go. Shit. Also, yeah, I feel like some stuff they got better at is like those smoke effects and things like that. There's a bit of dithering in this game, which you don't usually see in PlayStation 2 games. Okay. Shit. That was half my health there. Alright. Yeah, I do want to beat this on normal at least, because the easy version of the levels are you barely do anything from what I've seen. Like, they cut a lot of the levels down for easy. Oh, not a great start. And yeah, also back when they were still not rendering arms and reload animations. Do you know what's funny? I remember in the official PlayStation 2 magazine, the UK one, that I was subscribed to for a time back in the day. I remember someone asking them about that, saying like, you know, there's these other first-person shooters that will now, you know, they'll render reload animations and the arms, and they were asking like, you know, why does TimeSplitters not do that? And they mentioned like, you know, we have over 100 characters that people can play as in the multiplayer modes and all the characters in the campaign. And they said, oh, you know, that's so much work to do. It would just be, you know, we have to make unique models for their arms for every single character, so it's just too much work. And then fucking the third game, they did it. They actually did add it, so it's like, because what I think they did in the third game is they just found a way to take the character models and apply those textures to the arms. So they weren't making entirely separate models. Because that's the thing, in most first-person shooters, the arm models are not the same as the model that, if you like in a multiplayer game, that the other players are seeing. Like they're essentially just a projection. Shit. You gotta be real careful with those shotgun guys. Okay, actually, I need to go get that armor, which is down here, I believe. You know what it is? There's a song, I think, in like Tekken 2 that sounds a lot like this. I want to say it's Law's stage in like Tekken 1 or 2. And yeah, as you said earlier, Rodriel, like, you know, when people, especially people who are making music that's not from their traditional culture and they're not familiar with, they do tend to land on a lot of the same motifs and ideas. That is, yeah, 100% true. Yeah, I'm not gonna run in this time. There we go. Oh! Fuck, that's my armor gone already. Shit. Alright. And yeah, I don't think... You know, we don't have any doors to open yet. That's cool to see at the time. It's funny, because like, you shoot them from a certain angle, they don't even look like they're in the environment. Anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure doors just don't open in this game. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I don't think they put anything in the boxes in this game. And yeah, also just the fact that they kind of do it for the, you know, sci-fi mystical enemies, but the fact that they just spawn in. Yeah, okay, for example, if you play this on easy, you finish the level by coming here. You don't actually have to run all the way back. Or you come here, maybe? Yeah, get back to the alley. There we go. Are these TimeSplitters models reused from something else? Because they don't even look like the robot lady. The robot lady is not a TimeSplitter. I believe she's coming up in the next level. I forget her name. We'll see her soon. No, the TimeSplitters are... They're essentially an alien race, so I think some of them are, like, biomechanical as well. But the main thing that's kind of kept the same throughout the series is they have those, like, claw fins where they have less fingers and them having like the tube coming out their mouth. 2005. Okay, so Chastity Detroit actually did come back. I believe she's in TimeSplitters 2. Deacon Swain, no, I do not believe came back. This is funny considering that this game was set like 5 years in the future, this level.
Oh boy, am I ready for this?
You know what? After that.
No problem. Let's go.
Yeah. It is funny when you look back at old media and they're like, oh, we're going to go 20 years in the future. And then they predict the such crazy sci-fi out of this world ideas. It's like, look, just go 100 years in the future and then you don't have to worry about being wrong. Alright. So this level I did not play. I think I might have loaded it up. And yeah, we... Wow, I'm almost dead already. Oh, interesting. Okay. One thing I do like is this game having just an alt-fire button. So many weapons in this game have alternative fire modes. Oh, it's you. Okay. Do you know what's funny, though? This gun did come back in TimeSplitters 3, but it acts very different. It actually does shoot lasers. Yeah, that's not a futuristic shotgun. Oh, that's cool, though. You know what? This level looks very Perfect Dark. there is some areas late game in Perfect Dark. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! That look a lot like this. Oh, I tell you, I am missing the little, I forget what it was called, but the thing you could use to see the maps of the levels, I'm missing that. Joe said, I can imagine a place like this in 2005. So I get the feeling they were... This is probably, you know... This series was always about the jokes and the silliness. So, this is probably intentionally, like, not realistic. Get the cyborg's plans and return to the ventilation ducts. Okay. So, I'm not sure what I did exactly there. This guy definitely came back. Some of these models did come back in the other games. Also, we don't have a jump button, if you're curious. I could crouch. That's about it. Yeah, this is where the level ends. I know that. I assume I opened something up by activating switches or whatnot. Whoa, whoa. That seems like a bad room. Okay. I guess that's if I fall down, I'll have to come back up this way. Well, that's closed now. I don't know if you can soft lock in this. Okay, no, that's going backwards. Okay. Okay, not that way, because that just loops. Okay, now I'm at the point where I wish I had a map. Or something. Yeah, let's try it this way. I think I haven't been this way. Yeah, look at that. But even, I get the feeling these models might be like loosely based on other characters that they then modified into cyborgs. They have that look about them. Ah. Booey. You know, I'll leave that health kit there. Yeah, I get a bit more of like a maze shit feel from this level layout. You know. Yeah, it feels like taking damage, you can be very unlucky. You wouldn't think a shotgun at that range would do a lot of damage, but I guess it's just like if it hits the right body part, then you're kind of just screwed. Yeah, I get the feeling with this level you have to be on your moving a lot. I wonder maybe also if you play on hard, maybe some of these bits that look closed off are open. Like, yeah, what does that do exactly, turning that on? Did it open this, maybe? Oh, it does. Okay. Now, do I remember? I think this is just a dead end. Shit, who hit me? I don't know where those came from. Yeah, I don't think I want to go that way. Oh, Jojo says, by the way, Johnny, I was reading an interview from the developers of Beyond Good and Evil, and they mentioned Eco as an influence, which I think you mentioned, noticing. Yeah, oh, that's cool to hear then. Who is shooting at me? Fuck, I was really hoping there was going to be some health in here. There might just be some rooms and routes that just, if you go down them, you're just going to get in a fight, and that's all. Okay, I see what I've got to do now. Boom! Hell yeah. So yeah, that's... that kind of shows you what kind of game this is. Again, the launch of the PlayStation 2, I can't be too harsh on it, but it does really come off as, like, a bit of a quick and dirty release. Oh, new arcade bot available. But it's interesting, the challenge mode, where you get all the, like, more specific built things. You have to beat the story mode to get to those. Okay, so we've got 1950 Village, 1985 Chemical Plant, and 2020 Planet X. Ooh. And yeah, there's the maps. I wonder if I have been unlocking maps for the multiplayer as well. But I do want to check quickly. I guess this is where your specific bot types would be. So yeah, we've got Captain Ash, Lady Jane, Harry Tipper, Christine Malone. I want to see her little thing. Oh, that was boring. Also, that is a terrible gun. The way she's holding that gun. There's Deacon Swain, Cassidy Detroit, Dr. Seth Graven. Okay. Dr. Najit Nadir, Fingers McKenzie, Ravel Velvet, Sebastian Photon, Angel Perez. I think a version of Angel Perez comes back. And then yeah, Cultist, Chinese Chef, the Badass Cyborg. There we go. Okay, so we don't have too many characters right now.
Excellent decision.
What level is this going to be in the 50s? Oh, I really don't know. Oh, hey, that was cool to see. In the Bad Game Hall of Fame Discord, Sandra just mentioned that if you, on the PS4, PS5 Classics, all 3 TimeSplitters are on there, and they're apparently like $2 each right now. No idea how those versions are, but that's cool. Ooh, that's a cool room. Ow, who shot me? Oh, you. Okay, good answer weapons to start with. So yeah, I will mention in TimeSplitters Rewind, and you notice it most on the China level. There's definitely some issues where parts of the map are a lot darker because they're using modern lighting engines and things like that. And it was honestly hard, like, so in some places it was legit harder to see. Anything there? No. I think in some cases, down these little side paths, maybe on what difficulty you're playing, there's items you can pick up there. Nope. Who's shooting? Actually, let me check something quick. There we go. I might have had the Ron sound channel capture. Yeah. What it is, I was capturing footage of some VR stuff, and you have to use like 4.1 for that. Or it doesn't pick up like the 3D audio stuff properly. And I forgot to change that. What is even going on in this level? I'm legit not... Oh! Is it Innsmouth? Okay, maybe, yeah. Yeah, like Cthulhu stuff? Could be, yeah. Haha. You know, the shotgun is better than I gave it credit for. Oh, frame rate. That was quick. Whoops. I must have pressed the quit button.
Excellent decision.
Alright, let's give this another go. Am I going to even remember that path? We'll see. I get the impression that maybe with some of the levels there's maybe like multiple routes to get to where you want to go. Yeah, I see it now. There we go. Okay, you know what? That's good to do. Because I'll come through here later, it looks like. Wow, that didn't kill you. Fuck. That was bad. Alright. Oh, yep. Yeah, that was a pretty doomed attempt. You know, this pistol might be better than the Tommy gun, honestly. I would say that is a big benefit of playing this on the PS4, PS5 Classic, is you get rewind. Yeah, the thing is, I don't really have a reason to buy those versions, because A, I own these all on PlayStation 2. I also own 2 and 3 on original Xbox, and those versions you can play on modern Xbox consoles. And I also own TimeSplitters 2 on GameCube, because I brought my sister's GameCube collection at some point. Oh, okay, that's a small hill, I guess. Oh shit, I should have took care of that guy earlier. Also, you know, this would have been different for the time, a game like this without like notable draw distance. This game must be culling stuff in a certain way, but huh. God, stuff like this is so strange. There are just parts of these maps still. Then again, that's very GoldenEye, because I'm bowing the name, but one of the main level designers was an architect. So a lot of the levels are kind of just built like they're real buildings, and that's why there will sometimes be corridors that will lead to nothing. And it could be for hard difficulty, yeah, or easy. But again, they could have been building the levels in a similar way to, okay, we'll build out the levels, we'll make areas, and then it's up to the level designer to find stuff to put in them. Wasn't there health up here? Shit. There was, yes. No, this is the way. Wow. That's actually quite a short level. That's shorter than some of the earlier ones, even. New arcade level, new bot set. You know, I'm going to quickly look. I want to see how the, like, unlocks work in this game. Oh. Huh. I thought I spelled that right. Okay. Let's see. Okay, those are cheats. These are arcade bots. I don't know if unlocking the bots unlock the... Well, I want to figure out specific... Okay, yes. So, if you beat a level on normal, you get the easy unlock as well. But if you want to unlock all the characters, you do also have to play the game on hard mode as well. Alright.
Let's roll.
What's that guy supposed to be? Are you okay, lady?
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's why she's moving so weird, because, you know, carrying that around you is heavy. So this was, what, 1980? I think it said. Alright. Yeah, pistol, sniper rifle. Wow, this is a kind of a ugly looking... area. They are fucking crack shoot with these grenades. Holy shit. Also, wow, that guy hit me that quick. Okay, the two fire buttons seem to do the same things there. Yeah, that's fine. Like, look at that. That is honestly a brutal way to start the level. To have this fucking guy who's throwing grenades that he can make land exactly in that starting room. That was fucking cheeky of him. That guy's real hidden. Okay. Shit. I wonder if you could technically spawn parts of this level then. Sorry, stealth it. Also, I'm definitely hearing some of those Graham GoldenEye like music motifs. Oh hell yeah, funky guitar now. Oh, I think they friendly fired there. Okay, why are you doing so much damage to me? They shoot these shotguns, I think, faster than I can. The fuck? Ah, well, they've stepped it up. That's for sure. Look, that guy starts the level throwing grenades at you. Reclaim the case of stolen jewels and get back. Yep. I mean, they don't have to ramp up the difficulty. I already got a hard mode to deal with one day. Oh, fuck's sake. I will say, don't miss this kind of fine aiming style, where it's like sprinty. Go pick it up now. Jesus Christ. Where did you even come from? Hell yeah. Like, that's not a bad reload animation time, but... What the... This is, not going well. Okay, that's the start of the level. Shit, they love hiding enemies in the shadows in this level. Okay, I gotta... That's their cheeky strat they're doing. Okay, Yep, there you go. That's who I was waiting for. You know, I am glad this game is very generous on the auto-aim, though. Holy shit, I just picked up the armor. And I lost all of it. And the health. Fucking hell, okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, oh, wow, that makes it so... Okay, I'm gonna have to go back up, but that there makes it very obvious. Like, there's nothing beyond that wall. Okay. Fuck. Oh my god, this game. Definitely still some of that early GoldenEye level design, challenge design there. Yeah, that's fine. That guy with the grenades just seems to know where you are as soon as the level starts, though. Also, did they... Huh. They didn't spawn on the upper ledgeways there. That was weird. That was very odd. But I definitely am starting to get the impression that how much damage you take sometimes is maybe a bit luck dependent. Like that. Jesus Christ. Auto-aim, what was going on there? Doing okay so far. Yep, I was waiting for you. Yeah, they cheat, these enemies. I'm noticing it. The most obvious example is that shotgun. They seem to be able to reload quicker than I can. I don't know where those shots were coming from. Right, the fucking guy in the shadow. But those Uzis don't even do that much damage. Yep, I'm restarting. Yeah, I'm surprised how much different there is in this game. It might, I don't know how well it comes over on the stream, but like sometimes if you look at the sky in the right angle, you can see it's got like the kind of differing Stitch look. But yeah, you're right, Jodiel. Like earlier first-person shooters, enemies weren't necessarily using guns the same way you do, even if you're picking up the same ones. Halo 1 comes to mind because even though almost all the enemies in that game use weapons you can pick up and use, the actual value of like how much damage they can do, their fire rate, things like that, is actually set per enemy. So certain enemies, they can just give them like higher rates of fire and things like that in the code. Okay, that's a way better start. God, the shields, the armor does not last in this at all. No, I think I got hit with like a grenade launcher there, and it did less damage than sometimes the shotgun does. Yeah, I'll get the ammo there. Oh yeah. Hey, I appreciate they've got that logic that the enemies will sometimes fall off ledges. Holy shit, can you just... Wow, that was it. I was so close to beating that level. Yeah, it's funny to think about because in the later TimeSplitters games, there are challenge levels that are basically just these. Like, in terms of their gameplay and structure. I am glad that you can get all the easy unlocks by beating the game on normal. Ah, shit. Hang on. There's glare coming through the edge of my curtain in a way that's like getting in my eyes, and I've got to... Hang on. I think I'm done with the desk cam now, so I should be able to use the arm to pin it back. Hang on. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Yeah, honestly, there's a good chance. I don't know how many levels there are. There's a good chance this might be a one and done because, you know, we'll look at the challenge mode, but I'm not going to, you know, set a go of beating every single challenge or anything like that. Planet X 2020.
Ready?
Oh, off she goes.
Roger, sir. I'm going in.
I do like they have the character select here because, yeah, in TimeSplitters 2, it's dependent on player 1 or player 2. So, you know, you can't select who you're playing as. And in TimeSplitters Future Perfect, because it has a set story, you're always Cortez in that one. Oh, hell yeah. Holy shit. That is a brutal level start. Okay, crouching does help you aim a little bit when you're zoomed in. I'm loving the theremin style music in this. And yeah, TimeSplitters was always about being cartoony. You know, it's like more of a parody, like pastiche parody on different styles and pop culture than anything else. Okay, I'm not sure where those explosions are coming from. We're just gonna have to keep an eye out. Oh, they also, Planet X is in TimeSplitters 2 as well. They completely changed the alien design. Like, yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that the developers picked such close to present time settings because it's funny to say, oh yeah, this is what it's going to be like in 20 years' time. Yeah, I remember the aliens in TimeSplitters 2 looking very different from this. This level feels more like a level made for a single player mode than the previous ones were. God, that is a weird enemy design. Inventive, I'll say. Ooh, pee-pee hole. Should look at the objective. Recover the hostage cyberbrain and proceed to the beam up coordinates. Okay. Weird. Those look almost like a slightly bigger version and a small version. Okay. Oh, oh. Okay, we're okay. But yeah, Planet X at TimeSplitters 2 has a more of a kind of like 1950s, 60s, that like early sci-fi kind of pop adventure story vibe. Oh, we've got a cool crystal here too. Yeah, a bit of comic books, like, yeah, like Golden Age era comic books. Some early, like, TV sci-fi as well. Okay, well, this is where the end of the level is. So I should remember that this is where we've got to beam out. But where is my objective? No, not that way. That's where I came from, I think. Maybe down here then. It's funny though, because I'm also recognizing like sound effects and simps and other things that were later in the sequels. Yeah, Flash Gordon would be a great example, yeah. Okay, I don't have faith I'll do this, but, you know. No! Ah! Oh dear. Fuck. We've probably lost this completely, because now I have to get all the way back up there without dying. Unless I run into health I did not pick up. That's my only hope, I think, really. Okay, well, at least they're not spawning enemies here. Let's look up here. Ah! Sign just fucking shot me. Yep. Oh, well. You know, I'm honestly not giving a bother with the sniper rifle at the start here. I think it's better just to move. Huh. It could also be that some of these closed off doors are open if you do them in... the multiplayer versions of maps. Jojo asked if there are any kind of indie games right now. Try to do similar aiming. I've forgotten the name of it. There is an indie game on Steam that is basically a spiritual successor to TimeSplitters, and it has a very similar name to TimeSplitters, but I do not remember the name of it. And I should know the name of it because I've been told about it a couple of times. Time shifters, yes. I like I said, I haven't tried it though. Good job finding that, Jodreal. Okay, there's a health kit there. I have to remember that. It's not worth picking up yet. Okay. I might have to go back for that health just to make sure I can beat this. No. Where was it? Yeah, I'd rather just get through this one. Because I know where I'm going now. I still would have liked the option to see some sort of map, but I'm at least getting some of this, you know, the level flow in my head. It's not too hard to follow. But yeah, it's funny. I've legit made levels in TimeSplitters Future Perfect in the map maker that is not that far off from some of the early levels in this campaign. Where they kind of have more depth than the ones you could make is in their height. Like, you know, having layers and things like that. They're a bit more advanced in that sense. Okay. There we go. I know why I fucked up. It's because I tried to run past that guy and got pushed off the side. Yep. New playable character. So next we got 1965 Mansion, 2000 Docks, and 2035 Spaceways. I think this might be the last series of single player levels, actually. I could be wrong. But based on what the manual says, sounds like it. You know, I'm going to take a BRB. Gotta use the bathroom quickly. I need to work on it. But I'm testing a new BRB screen. So check it out while I'm gone. And yeah, see you in about 3 minutes, 5 minutes-ish. You fucking ready? You ready for this? Oh, I can't play like that. Oh. Whoa! That's so cool! What the fuck? Oh my god. That was unreasonably stylish. Hang on. Did I find something here? Let's see, let's see. No. I'm really happy I picked this game to play. Oh. Oh. Amazing!
I feel like a rat in a maze.
Despite all my rage! Yeah! I'm speechless! I did it! Look at that!
Over here.
Oh, here she is.
Okay. Parrish wants you trained.
What's wrong with your face?
Learn from the best. Just try not to screw things up. New plan. We're ambushing this patrol. Brady, best if you go with G-Man.
I fucking...
Says, try not to die.
The actress does not... We showed pictures of her. She does not have a fucking 5-head like that. They gave her a receding hairline for some fucking reason.
You got anything?
Give me a second.
And I'm back. Hello. Yeah, that's... I realised I should have something, you know, on stream for people when I have to take breaks like that. So, I found a way to pull random clips from my channel, but I need a better screen for it. Especially because that my BRB format thing ends up covering stuff. Peekaboo Jones. Mary Beth Casey. Wow. They really messed with her design over the years. Who the fuck is Peekaboo Jones? What year is this again? 965. Okay. Yeah. I think it's because there's different members of the Casey family throughout the series. People will probably recognize the Future Perfect design the most. And yeah, TimeSplitters love doing horror maps. Mary Beth Casey is a real old pro wrestling kind of name, says Jojo. Here's the thing though, I get the feeling they were going for a more adult flavored entertainment kind of sounding name. But yeah, it's also, you know, like you know, some of that kind of relates. Those kind of fake kind of poppy names. Nope. Yeah, the auto aim for the zombies is a bit... It tends to go for center mass. Oh, careful. I wonder what it is. I guess maybe they were just like really into Resident Evil. Or some other specific like horror movie that must have come out. Or, yeah, House of the Dead, maybe. I mean, you know what? It's probably House of the Dead. Jojo, good call on that. Because, GoldenEye, Nintendo 64, started out as a Virtua Cop clone. It was going to be a rail shooter. Wow, that was almost all my health. Also, we got the fish people again. What's funny though, I swear some of the animations they made for this game made it into the future games as well. Oh, got ladies on me. I'll say, if you're curious, I'm pretty sure... Oh no, there is melee. Oh look, they were able to model the fucking arms in there. So even in the first game, they were able to model the character arms. Hang on a second, what's going on? That was weird. I just got like a pop-up on Twitch about, oh yeah, ad manager. And now my ad manager's gone blank. Let me refresh it. Nope, I guess they've broken it. We'll have to see how the ads are going to go. They must be updating something. Return the murderer's remains to the gallows to end the mansion's curse. Okay. Yeah, honestly, the auto-aim actually makes fighting the zombies kind of hard. Because it defaults to, like, chest shots. So it's a minor issue because they're slow. Oh yeah, the design of this is very do whatever for the mission briefings. Like I said, considering that this game was made in a hurry on a relatively small budget for the time, I think Wikipedia said it was $500,000. You know, it wasn't until later games in the series where they came up with more of a justification for what's going on in this, like why there's a story about time travel. Holy shit, that was quick. Okay, I'm restarting. That's too much damage right at the start. But yeah, no, GoldenEye started out as a rail shooter, and it wasn't like you know, at some point in development, someone said, "Why don't we just like let the player move freely?" And then they pivoted. Fucking hell. Okay. Yeah, I think damage must work on some sort of randomized system. Maybe because it's a spread gun as well. Maybe it like depends on how many projectiles hit you. But sometimes they do like such a little amount of damage, and then sometimes the shotgun will take off half your health. I think TimeSplitters 2 was a bit more consistent about that kind of stuff. Maybe I'm wrong though. There we go. Where did that come from? Oh, there you go. Ew! I forgot. I was like rushing in there to get the health and I forgot. I will say a cool thing about TimeSplitters Rewind, you mentioned earlier, Jojo, asking about the aiming styles. There actually is the option to use this style or something a bit more modern. So you can, you know, how authentic of an experience or modernized experience you can go for either. I like that. Okay, doing okay. Yeah, that animation, that like lunge where they kind of almost fall over, I swear made it all the way up until TimeSplitters 3. Fucking hell. Yeah, I mean, that's the microphone. You know what, though? I don't think we've had a sewer level yet. I'm kind of surprised, because this game is, you know, smaller scale and kind of put together in a hurry, that I could see them doing that. And the reason why this level made me think of it is because this is like a basement, like catacombs-y kind of area. Yeah, it might not be a real video game, turns out. There we go. Shit, you lose so much health so quickly. Yeah, these just straight up look like a take on House of the Dead zombies. Oh, what the hell? Fucking crack shots, these enemies. I will say though, TimeSplitters 2 zombie level is tonally very different. Well, there's two kind of actually. Where are those grenades coming from? There we go. Oh, Mooseheads. You wait till TimeSplitters Future Perfect. The Mooseheads come back in a big way. Honestly, the zombie level in that game feels like this level kind of fully realized. Like this concept taken to, I guess, the theoretical, like what they were going for. It's kind of interesting hearing that they weren't that happy with that game, considering its like story mode is so good. That apparently like some of the stuff EA did they weren't quite fans of. I'd have to look more into it and see what their problem was. Okay. Want to be real careful from here. Just hearing how this, you know, the downfall of this series and all the issues it's had since is just depresses me so much. All the stuff around the 4th game, like trying to find a publisher and no one wanted to publish it because they, at the time, they're like, oh no, people just want Call of Duty now. They don't want more arcadey shooters or this, like, tone. Okay. And seeing that there actually was a prototype, like very limited thing, but a multiplayer prototype they made for PlayStation 3 to, you know, for press events and stuff. And it's great. It's like, oh wow, this is exactly what I would have wanted to come out in like 2008, 2009. And then all the weird stuff with Embracer Group, where they got some of the original creators back. And then the first thing they were making was like a Fortnite game with a fucking TimeSplitters skin over the top of it. And then, thankfully, that version got scrapped. And then they were working on something more authentic. And then, because Embracer made bad investments, they just shut the studio down. Like, all their fucking work wasted. And what's a shame about all that work they did, like, if you look at the assets, because you can find gameplay footage that leaked of that weird live servicey, like, Fortnite version. In terms of the art direction, like, replicating the art style in new visuals and bringing the characters back and all that stuff, it looked amazing. It was like, yeah, visually, this is exactly what I want. It's just fucking curse series. And then, yeah, all the stuff that's happened with TimeSplitters Rewind. And who knows what's going on right now, considering that they, at one point, they were like, they said, oh, we're going to have an update out soon, because we have so many more characters we've added since we released that public version. And that was a while ago. So, okay, give me a second. I need to have some water. This part of the song definitely has a bit of like a House of Dead vibe. More dramatic, but still that kind of energy. Okay. What I wanted was health, but whatever. Giving me a lot of ammo considering it's really not needed. to take your head off. I like this cute facsimile of a bathroom. Why is there a carpeted floor in a bathroom? What's going on here? Jesus! God, they double tap you so quick if you're not careful. To be fair, I think I can... No, I can't even shoot the shotgun as quick as that. But yeah, I'm surprised how many ammo pickups there are, considering, like, you don't need them. There's one gun. Alright, get up. There we go. Yeah, at a certain point, you kind of need to know where the enemy spawns are. It's that kind of... Again, in some ways, like, still rooted in their early, like, oh, we were built, you know... When a lot of their favourite games were rail shooters and that kind of style. Like, it's more rooted in that. Especially with just... Because they're like, you know, sci-fi magical enemies, they're just warping them in. Ah! There we go. Okay, doing okay. Shit. Oh well. That didn't go too bad. Oh. Yeah, there is randomization, I think, on how much damage you take from damage sources. Because I was almost at full health there and got a fucking one-hit kill damage there. Okay. I'm gonna be an expert at this level by the time I beat it. I'm gonna know where, like, every enemy spawn is. Yeah, sneak attack multiply from the front. Come on, let me take your head off. Screw it, I'm just gonna wait. There you go. Alright, where you going? There we go. And yeah, you'll spawn in. And then lady zombie will spawn in. And get you two. Oh, I'm an idiot. That was me trying to hit their leg through the fin there. Oh. Where are you going? Okay. Oh, this is legit putting me on the nerves. Okay, that's all right. Really? That wasn't a headshot? Well, a different kind of horror. More the horror of lost progress. Also, I realised I haven't gone... Shit. Did I look up here? Okay, there's health here. Okay, good. Alright, how are we doing this room? Okay, probably shouldn't have picked that up, but we'll stick with it for now. Again, why do they give you so much ammo? I don't know how you would lose that amount. That's all I can think, is they didn't think players would be as good at getting headshots as I am. Or maybe they would waste ammo just... shooting at the zombies and not, you know, taking off their heads. Okay. Yeah, the more I'm looking at this level, the more I realize the level in TimeSplitters Future Perfect, I think, is... a sense like them trying to redo this level. Okay, there's a health there. I'll leave that for now. What are we doing again? Murderer's remains to the gallows. Ah! Ah! Oh! Shit in hell. And look at that. How fucking cheeky is that? You pick up that health and they fucking spawn 2 shotguns on you? God, this level is brutal. Okay. Getting the Prima guide for it. I do still have some guidebooks from back in the day. I have the Soul Calibur 2 one's great because it also gave you like really high quality key art of all the, you know, the character art to look at. I'd have to look if I have any other guides. I wouldn't really get game-specific guides very often. It would more be that the official PlayStation and PlayStation 2 magazine would get like guide sections. And yeah, you know, even when I didn't have much of an internet access, I would download or print off game FAQ stuff, like using a local library computer or something like that. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that, stun them. There we go. Okay, good. Oh, they have trouble with the stairs. Shit. I didn't know that guy with aggroed yet. You know, that's fine. I think there's health up here. There we go. Gotta say, really good shotgun. Bad Game Hall of Fame. We've been running some real bad ones recently. It's nice to see a shotgun that like can actually fight things more than a foot away from you. That didn't count as headshot? Okay. I'm just gonna... There we go. They do at least put a lot of health kits on this level. The problem is just you can lose health so quickly. I guess they knew that. And that's why they put so many around. Yeah, get your ass up. I know you ain't dead. Like, yeah, the fact the shotgun even works that far, it's nice to see. It's closer. Not entirely a realistic shotgun, but closer. Just punching them take off their head. You know what? If I beat the level, I'll try and see. Because, I'm not risking that right now. Ah! Fucking half my health. I just gotta be way more on the ball on hitting the ones with guns. Because even if it doesn't kill them, it disarms them. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go back a bit. I can't remember if I left any health kits anywhere. That's ammo pickup. Don't need that. Did I pick this one up? Yeah. Oh! I forgot about you. There is health coming up. I'm just going to have to be very careful and very lucky. Yep, there's a health kit. That's mean. That is so mean. Whoever did that thought they were fucking hilarious. That's how you could tell it's ex-Rare devs. Why? I'm honestly surprised this is the level I'm having the most trouble with. Joe says, yeah, that's the only reason I'm playing it is funny. Yeah, no, I get it. You know, I just... be nice I could show off something else for the people to watch as well. Okay. I mean, this is part of why I like to do these real hardware playthroughs. Not just because I happened to have enough equipment to start doing it when I did. Though again, the visual fidelity has gotten so much better in the recent years with the equipment and other stuff I got. But just to present these games as they were, and in some cases show, yeah, this is, you know, you don't have to play them on original hardware. Like, that's the thing, when I do these streams, it's not so much to encourage that you should play them this way, it's just to give people a reference. Like, okay, this is what this game actually looked like, this is how I actually played. Friend of the show, PS2 or Die, aka Joe, is a good example as that as well, because he is a PS2 challenger. His thing is he's trying to beat every game on the system. And he's doing it on the original hardware. With original discs if he can. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's good. I can leave this health kit here for now. Come on, you bollocks. How far into the library is he? You know what? I'll check. Oh, actually, he might be streaming right now. Let me see. He's currently playing Dr. Muto and having an amazing time. Okay, no, he's not streaming right now. What I can do, though, is I can go to his channel. And it should be labeled if I look at his streams. He's on game number 142. Bearing in mind, you know, I've got the number on the games ranked. That's not games I've done full playthroughs of on the stream. That's just the order I've ranked them in, basically. Okay, now I can get this health. And also I know another PlayStation 2 runner called Kus, K-O-U-S. I believe he's doing mostly, at the very least he's doing the entire PAL library. Though he's also doing some non-PAL releases as well. He's further in, I believe. He's been doing it for longer. But, you know, it's a good way of showcasing how these games were, like what you had to deal with. I think of Joe dealing with Outlaw Golf 2. And, like, what you have to do to beat that game. And, you know, you can't just rewind or save state and do stuff like that if you're having trouble. And beating that campaign sometimes, AI can just get ahead of you. We saw a bit of that with Wipeout, but at least with Wipeout, you're earning credits, so you could always build those into upgrades. Okay, there's a health kit in that room, but I am pissed off how much damage I just took there. But, you know, Joe's played some stuff that's Japan only, for example. He played through a Rosa Maiden visual novel using, you know, like a translator. I believe it's similar software to what Cass uses. You know, like Google Translate recognizes the characters on screen. Okay, we're doing okay so far. Oh, good. That guy's got me a few times. Jojo saying, yeah, I try to play the bad game club games without using rewind and save states. Sometimes I just go advanced. Yeah. I never with that club ever say like, yeah, you have to play the games a certain way. Just whatever you can stomach. Like the first one I hosted was Castlevania The Adventure on Game Boy. And I tried being that game without rewinds. I tried for like an hour or two. And even just that amount of time, I hit my breaking point. Like, okay, I'm good. I've given it my best try. Because at a certain point, it's just you're not making progress. You're not learning anything. Because of the way that game checkpoints or doesn't checkpoint. Like those kind of issues. Yeah, I remembered you. Oh, that wasn't a headshot. I need to play more upon the next level. I only did like 3 or 4 challenges, and it was already like, oh yeah, this was, despite the reviews at the time, that is kind of terrible, that one. Okay, here's where I have to be. Oh, okay, that went really well. I only took like a tiny bit of damage there. Oh, I think my niece and nephew are over. I don't know if they'll come through on the mic because I have it set up a certain way. But it's getting rowdy in my house. I don't know if I will. My nephew is definitely into games. And I am tempted to see if because he knows about me doing the show stuff. I have to see at some point if he would like to do something. But, you know, I'd be... I had almost full fucking health there. I blinked and just... Yeah, I'll have to ask him if he can beat this for me. But I don't want to, you know, I'll have to ask him at some point if there's any, you know, if he would like to do stuff. But, you know, much like how I have my streaming persona, I'd be very insistent, like, you should have something yourself, you know. Keep your identity to yourself. Especially if we ever do stuff on camera or whatnot. I'm not sure what he would want to do. Oh, hang on. God, it's so funny how much of the out of bounds part of these levels is just nothing. They definitely got better at that after this game. And again, I don't think that's necessarily this game's fault, because I think even GoldenEye does it better. I think it's just that this had a very tight development cycle, because it was about getting it out for the launch. And I hear that's kind of the case with most of the launch. Where did you come from? Holy shit. Like I mentioned, I think the best launch game is Tekken Tag Tournament. Apparently that game was made very quickly. Like the arcade version was done in a few months, and then I don't think the PlayStation 2 version was like that much longer either. Which is unbelievable with how good it looks. It's still one of the best looking games on the PlayStation 2. Like, Tekken 4 is technically a higher fidelity game. In places, Tekken Tag looks better, even. But, you know, nothing beats really clean art and high frame rate. That's partly what makes this game still hold up well. Is it's, you know, it's running at 60. It has some moments where it drops. I think that guy hit me and then his head blew off. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Whatever, I'll take it. But there's, you know, there's some co-op games on PlayStation 2. I might ask him if he wants to help me with those playthroughs at some point. He wouldn't be able to do Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monk with me, because he's only, well, he'll be 10 in a few months. What I'll do, I'll have a look at the list that's in a bit. Yeah, take you out so you don't chase after me later. Because yeah, I do have a document that just has most of the PlayStation 2 games I want to do on it. And you know, some games appear on the list if I find out more about them and realize, oh yeah, this game doesn't seem worth ranking, or we're going to do it on the Bad Game Hall of Fame, things like that. It's funny actually, if you attack from a distance, it's easier to get headshots because the shots are spread out more. Okay, we got healths left there, that's good. I believe over here is just ammo. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. Tekken Tag Tournament is basically just modify Tekken 3. If you look at the arcade version, it straight up just looks like Tekken 3 with new levels. And obviously the new characters as well. But that PlayStation 2 version, they really pushed the visuals up. It's like it's such an amazing hardware showcase. Similar thing with what they did with Soul Calibur 1 on Dreamcast, which is also vastly improved visuals over the arcade version. Because I think both of them run on... I forget the exact name of the system, but it's the system that's based on PlayStation 1 hardware, but with a bit more RAM. It's something like instead of having 1 megabyte of VRAM, it has 2. Something like that. Yeah, I remembered you. There we go. Okay, there's health there. I have to remember that. Never mind, there's no health there. How? How did he even get a shot off? Ugh. Okay. Nah, you have to kind of wait for them to get up. Getting a headshot when they're down seems really hard. Well, I need that health now. Yeah, that's how it's done. Okay, this is where I'm going to be careful. I think I've died here. Yep. What the fuck? Where did they even come from? It's just I look away and they spawn them in. Maybe Peekaboo Jones here can help me out. Whoever he is. Yeah, exactly. Peekaboo should know where the surprise enemies come from. Yeah. Think what I'm thinking, Jojo. Also, it looks like there might just be no armor on this level, because I've gotten that far in and not gotten any yet. Okay, come on, you two. Yep. There we go. I'm honestly shocked I've gotten this far through the level and not taken that much damage. I mean, yeah, maybe not the top speedrun player, probably. I imagine speedruns of this game look goofy. Just, you must ignore most of the enemies doing stuff like that. I bet. Come on. There we go. Okay. What's up here again? Yeah, we'll get that health for now. The one in the kitchen here will leave, and then I can come back for it if I really need it. Which means I'm doing real good. Also, what's going on here? Holy fucking... Oh, well. Good thing I left this back here. I didn't even see that shot. That's what I mean by, like, how unfair this specific level feels. Okay, no. Run away. Through here. I know there's a health kit down there I've left, so that's going to be useful later. Yep, that's good. And then there should be... Hello. The world record for normal difficulty is 751. Okay. Oh, that makes me worried this level is very long. Because, yeah, we'll see. Oh, the whole game? How the fuck did they do it in 8 minutes? I didn't even think this game was going to have a whole game speed run. I thought it was just going to be level ones. Alright, I remembered this time. Okay, now I've got to go back for some health. I left one in here. Yep. And then... I know I left another one somewhere. There, this one. I'll leave that one for now. Seriously, just under 8 minutes for the whole campaign. I'll have to look up some videos of that then. Yeah, look, why would you show this? Well, that's the gallows. That's where we're going. I'm just... Oh, I'm so nervous now. I've not gotten this far through the level before. Where was it? Where was that health? Yeah, I'll definitely say compared to most of the other levels, this is the first one that feels more like a bespoke level. And not, you know, made out of map maker parts. How do I get out there, though? Is a question. I guess in a door's opened. Somewhere. Maybe down here. No, 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 no! Oh, okay. That's on me. I just thought the best tactic was just going to be to run there, and I probably shouldn't have done it. But I took stupid damage near the end there. I really should not have let those spawn-ins get me, because I've learned at this point, like, that's what the level design's like. However. Come on, get up. At least most enemies with the shotguns, you hit them regardless of where you hit them, and they're just dead. So it really is just about reaction, getting the first shot, that kind of design. Come on. Come on. Yeah, you too. There we go. Like, look how little damage those moose fins do comparatively to the shotguns. Okay, I'm gonna go up here quick, so I can't remember if there's enemies to take out. Yeah, there is. Yeah. So then when I go for the health, they're already taken care of. Alright, speaking of. Also, I don't remember, did I get this health? Did I pick it up? I did, okay. Okay, okay. We're doing fine. There's health there. There's these two ladies here. Now I'm gonna go get that health. You know, I forgot picking up that health spawn enemies there. Okay. Come on. Come on, come on. There we go. This is the real bad choke point, this one. You know what? There you go. Close enough. I'm pretty sure all the health kits on this level seem to heal 50%, so if I'm close to... That is ridiculous. Like, I can't stress enough, the main reason I'm having so much trouble with this level is that the AI can do things with the shotgun that you can't do. Yeah, I knew that run wasn't gonna go anywhere. I could feel it. It was going well, and then I just gotta figure out how to get around that specific part of the attic. That's where I keep fucking up. Yeah, the thing is, if you know the spawns are coming, those ones they kind of spawn on top of you, you can just clear them out instantly. You just have to be really on the ball about it. And sure, checkpoint would be nice, but... You know, levels again are in a certain kind of style. Honestly, GoldenEye 64 levels not having a checkpoint annoys me more, because some of those levels are way longer if you're playing them, you know, like the average way a player would play them. And not like speed running them. Like some of the levels can take so long to get through. It's mostly like the back third of the game. Well, where you can just lose progress like so quickly. Good. Well, not happy about that damage I took, but Alright. Yeah, I'm not taking any risks. If they're ones you have to kill with a headshot, I'm just gonna... Just gonna take them out. Oh, those weren't headshots? Fair enough. Come on. It is weird thinking about the series and zombies in the campaign just having guns. Because, yeah, that definitely changed at a point. I feel like TimeSplitters 2 onwards, that was kind of the rule, actually, that it's like, yeah, if you're a zombie, no guns for you. Okay. So I left the health kit here, down there. Did I leave another one further back, is what I want to know. I don't think I did, but I'm just gonna be as sure as I can. No, okay. Now I do have to be careful, because I believe this one does spawn enemies. Oh! It doesn't seem to always spawn enemies. Weird. Maybe if you run a certain way, it just avoids the spawner. Can't believe that's still fucking hit. Right. What am I even doing? I can't believe this is the level that's taken me the longest. I just want to show off something new more than anything. That's why I'm getting impatient as well. It's not just how long this is taking. It's knowing just that people are having to watch the same level over and over again. Fucking hell. Okay. Oh, those bad shots there. There we go. I'm going to take these guys out first. Even if I don't need the health yet. There we go. And then black. Oh, one more. Oh, that was fucked. I'm not happy with any of that. Okay. That's safe for later. Okay, that's all the shotgun disabled. Where are you going? Huh? See, that, I think, is a good sign of what bothers me about some of the way the enemies and the enemy placement works there. Because those were enemies that were shooting at me before I was even visible. You know, like they must have timed it so that if you were just like running straight ahead and not preparing, you would have took those blasts. I mean, these zombies are smart. Honestly, I kind of like takes on zombie fiction where zombies aren't mindless. Not in the traditional sense, at least. Okay, I've got 2 health kits. Okay. I guess I'll get this one first. I've got one further back if I need it. And I've got one there, so I've still got 2. Okay. That was still so much damage. God, I'm gonna have to go back further to fully heal. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I left this one, I believe. Yeah, down here. I don't remember which one it is. I think it might be Land of the Dead or a later one. I know the George Romero movies like dipped into some of that. Like later in the series, they got to the idea of like zombies not being entirely like not only them remembering some aspect about themselves, but I think a later movie got to the point where zombies just became their own people. Okay, good. Alright. The main thing I know I need to worry about is there's 2 zombies gonna spawn. On the stairs here. Oh, that was... Yeah, I'm happy with that. Nope, not happy with that. Motherfucker. Yes! Hell yeah, never playing that level again. Ugh. I risked it, but honestly, that was probably the strat at that point. Alright, 2,000 docks. Jacques Miselier or Olga Storm.
Okay, we leave.
Why are so many of the dudes in here just...
Hey, what's going on?
Hmm? Hang on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
give me 5. Okay, I'll do it.
Man, TimeSplitters 1 characters animate in a way that is so different. Also, this lady's wearing like yoga pants before yoga pants were a thing. She's ahead of her time. Alright, got a sniper rifle. Okay, well I recognize this level because I've done it in Deathmatch. Who the fuck was that? Okay, I could tell this is supposed to be, you know, what would be current military for the time. I'm not sure why I'm playing as like a just a lady in tracksuits. Oh, the game gets a bit framey if you're sticking this hole here. Very FAMAS looking assault rifle here. Okay, this level has some trouble with its frame rate for sure. Who is shooting me? I don't have hit indicators, so... Oh. God, this shows you just how much different, like, shotgun damage is in this first game. Like, how many more hits I've taken, and I'm not dead. Now, this definitely feels like a GoldenEye level. I forget the name of it. The train yard? I think that's what it's reminding me of. Also, is there any health on this level? Hello? Just a morsel of health, please? Yeah, you see these doors? A lot of the time in the multiplayer, those are just open. So that's kind of why we've seen doors and stuff in some areas. It's just how they box areas in to make levels out of them. Oh, okay. Just want to see if I got any different guns. No. Okay. Yeah. Heck, honestly, games after this did it. It's kind of an issue I have with Halo Reach, that almost all the multiplayer maps are just areas from the single player, as opposed to areas that kind of felt like parts that could have been in the single player. Oh dear, I'm probably gonna... Probably not long for this attempt. Yep. Okay, we're doing okay. Oh, I don't think I realized that guy was up there. They're getting a bit sneaky with this enemy placement. Doesn't feel as unfair as the fucking previous level, though. What? Oh, right. I will say, I do wish there were more health packs and stuff in this level. Because there are not many. I have found one. Make the ransom pick up. Okay. Okay, well here's where the level end is. So that might help me out a bit because I've cleared this area. By the way, I'm not sure if it does, but this game feels like it might have the GoldenEye thing where you move diagonally faster than you do straight. Okay, Jojo asking, are the TimeSplitters ransoming someone? Okay, so they get more into it in the second game, but the idea is that the TimeSplitters go throughout time and history and affect things for their gain. So it's not necessarily that they're, you know, they're the ones doing stuff, but they're kind of making situations that will benefit themselves. for evil purposes. The third game gets into it more, because it actually even explains why the TimeSplitters are doing, you know, why are they involved in humanity. That's so cheeky. That room should totally have an item in it. Okay, well, take that at least. Okay. Was it? I think it was this way. Yeah. Look how much easier that was. 2 tries. You know, I did make it easier on myself by accident by clearing that final area first, but still. Okay, right. I remembered something I said I was going to do, is I was going to see if there are any co-op games in my list of PS2 games I at least plan to play through for the rankings. Let's have a quick look, shall we? What we got? Let's see. There is Adventures of Cookies and Cream. I might do that co-op. There's definitely that. Oh, there's also the Batman Rise of Sin Tzu game. That's kind of like... I'm trying to think. There's another game it plays similar to. It's almost kind of in the vein of like the Lego games. Let's see. I might have to double check this list and make sure I have all the co-op games listed. Or games where like co-op makes more sense as the way to play it, you know? Let's see. Oh, and I hate to say this, I might have to BRB again. I don't know why. Oh, there is Pirates of the Caribbean and Legend of Jack Sparrow that I might co-op with my nephew. There's a couple. Okay, there's a couple of games. I'm gonna have to go through that list though and see if there's more games that could be the Finn. Okay, no, the last level I'm pretty sure is gonna be this. That is it, Gretel. That's the name of the robot lady. She keeps coming back, like... Same as this guy, I think, like... Yeah. You know, yeah, sorry to do this. I'm gonna BRB quickly again. But, you know, we'll get this game one and done, I think. So, give me a couple more minutes. I should probably head back to the office soon. I wonder if Gianni is there yet. This was the previous day, wasn't it? I mean, that's how this works. Ah! That is like the scariest thing. This guy is... Oh, fuck this guy. I do not know how this is going to go. But I've seen a video now. You can get away from Steve without taking damage. I'm so mad. I wasn't even on it. Fuck. Hey, I hope you like this part of the game, because we gotta watch it again.
Calculating your score now. I think you need more training.
Fuck you. Alright? It wasn't easy. I think you need more training. Keep your chin up. Hand in there. Ah! What? What happened? Okay, I guess there was an explosive thing I shot, but that just looked like the zombie blew up.
Hello! That was so good! That was amazing! Oh,
They put that in a really rough spot. Keep it going. Keep it going. Ah. Tried to do the 900. Did not work out. So here we go. This is Mickey's Wild Adventure. Here he is looking like a fucking maniac. Oh, 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 I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh, oh. Though, to really form my opinion on it, but it has announcement done by Mean Gene Okerlund, rest in peace, of you know, like WWF fame. Hopefully nothing came out bad about him recently, because I'm gonna regret saying that. And then Dragon Guard 2, along with Dragon Guard 1, which I'll try and pair them up if I can remember where I put Dragon Guard. There we go.
I love the music. This is the ending music that plays for like all the endings, by the way. And look at that fucking photo in the background. So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna throw him off cliff, and then, yeah.
You're hot. I got something to show you, Al.
Hi there.
There we go. So I knew this was possible. Oh dear, the girls are watching.
This is just like one of those romance movies.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh dear! Oh man! Oh, that was rough. Oh jeez. Oh. Oh. You have to nail it. Oh my god. I'm trying to turn away and he's getting stuck on the ramp, his arm. Oh my god, this fucking game. Yeah. I'm speechless. I did it. Look at that. This is all fake. It's just, you're just sitting on a map for like 15 minutes. Magazine covered it, where the original director like quit the project because he was like too stressed out at some point. I remember as well, I think that magazine showed like an early oh, here's a pre-rendered image that's gonna be what Final Fantasy 13 is, and it's got nothing to do with the final game. It's just like a lady in a field of flowers. Ah, that's a shame. Yeah. That guy's fucking dead. That guy... Nope, Batman just killed that guy. I'm sorry. You cannot convince me otherwise. That guy is not getting back up from that. Oh, Mystique. I'm going to look at pictures of Mystique. Yo, chat. I need... I'm gonna need some privacy. Alright, let me just end stream here. Okay, stream's ended. Yeah! Yeah, it's Mystique! Ah! Oh, the stream's still going. I hope you didn't think I was doing anything weird. I was just, like, getting excited. Pumping my fists. What? I'm not allowed to, like, show enthusiasm for Mystique in my off time? I'm being judged so much.
Get back. This is your last warning.
Didn't do much to stop me, did you? Ah! Oh. Oh. That's not what I meant to do. Apparently, I'm sitting on one of the chairs I broke. It just looks like he's taking a fucking dump on it. Tano, please. This is not the place. Oh. It's not much. What? What? Well, that worked out. I think I clipped into the room and it's reset me. I don't know what.
Yeah.
And Faust is one of my favourite bagheads. Probably the favourite in video games.
What do you think your father did for
because he's not just a big lumbering guy with a chainsaw like Strength from House of Dead 2 is. I still can't believe that. He's a baghead, and if you shoot his bag, it hurts him.
It's the key.
That's like the opposite of what bagheads are supposed to be about.
Between life and death.
What is wrong with that guy? I'm surprised the committee even let him in. Oh yeah, this song's good. Now weird. Oh, that was fucking terrifying. That scream. Let's watch a replay, I guess. That shook me to my core. I did not like that. I think the better button. What the fuck? What have I done? Okay. There we go. Thank you for handing on. The weather got... Oh, hang on. Sorry, dropped a drink. The weather got real wild here. We had hailstones. Like, really heavy rain that turned into hailstones. Last I checked, it's the middle of March. What's going on? Also, that's the wrong controller. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure this is the final level of the story mode. So, here we go. The Hellstones. No, my niece and nephew are playing with the Hellstones. I'm good. Grab your duty-free goods and board the Yaril Express. Yaril for this one. Now, this is very different. There are like cyberpunk missions in the later games. This is actually closer to kind of the style of Perfect Dark, honestly. Oh, they love that pheromone synth. Oh, the Planet X dudes are back. That's a cool robot design. Yeah, Joe was saying it's the level of most percent. Yeah. It's kind of interesting because they've got a point. You see it more later. I guess we'll try this gun out. We got it earlier. We didn't actually use it. I love we got radio. We got alien Tannoy radio as well. Okay, there's a health kit there, but we don't need it yet. But yeah, nowadays, and even it happened more later into this generation, you'd see it where the early part of a game is the most polished. Like, whatever was the demo level, or like the tutorial level, kind of whatever's introduced in the game would tend to be the most polished. I actually get the opposite with this one. Feels like the early levels are the ones where they were more basic. You know, like grid, map maker format. Like, some of the levels we were at earlier didn't even have opening doors like this. Oh, where am I getting shot from? I also get the most influence from Perfect Dark in here as well. At least in this game. Oh, that guy was pretending. Alright, got the minigun. Okay, I'm going to backtrack for that health. Interesting gun. We'll stick with this one though. Yeah, you're saying you still want to see what me and Cass dislike so much about Perfect Dark Zero. It'd be great to play through. I mean, I haven't played it in a long time, and when I played it, I didn't have so much experience with the series, so I remember not being as bothered by it as, like, the general mood was when I played it. But I have, like, loaded it up since. And noticed, like, okay, yeah, this feels rough. No weapons beyond this point. Well, about that. Yeah, it is funny to me that the back half of this game is where we get levels that feel like they were actually built to be single-player levels.
Passengers still wishing to go to Barnard Star, please make your way to gate.
I'm just trying to analyze. Like, I'll definitely mention for the time when I played it. Like, the bit I liked about Perfect Dark Zero was some of the weapons and them all having interesting alt fires, alternative fire modes. But, you know, I know now, having played Perfect Dark, the original, specifically the 360 remaster, is that almost all those weapons are from that first game. So, you know, it's harder to give it credit for that, you know? Okay. We'll see how this attempt goes. Look at that! First try. Yep, that's it. That is funny, because that is the best level in the game. Yep, Stephen Ellis, David Doak, Carl Hilton. These are all GoldenEye 64 devs. Yeah. Yeah, Graham Norgate. Not sure about these other names, but yeah, I recognize Graham Norgate. Anyone else from... Okay, not... Yeah. The further we get into this, the more names I don't recognize from GoldenEye. Also, wow, this is a very 2000s screen. That mansion level was brutal. It's a shame, because, like, as an actual level design, I didn't mind it. It's just... The shotgun is real broken. Like, in terms of its balance. Oh, we got all the White Hills in here. Actually, a lot of voice actors. I get the feeling, though, I bet these are all friends and family of the developers, though. So have I now beaten all the TimeSplitters? Yeah. Oh yeah, TimeSplitters 2 and 3 I've beaten multiple times. You know what, I'm going to start prepping for it. Because we're probably going to rank this in a bit. We'll look at the challenge mode first. And just see like what unlocks we have. Yeah, open that. I should have a cover for this. We'll see. Yep. There we go. Go through the tunnel. Oh, you can see it. I keep forgetting that I don't hide this window. Sorry about that. Well, I have to tell Joe that this is going to be a one stream playthrough when he gets to it. Challenge mode. There we go. A new arcade level. So yeah, there would be... Oh, interesting. I haven't unlocked hard mode. Okay, I guess you only unlock hard mode once you've done the first 3 levels in hard. Interesting. Let's have a quick look. Well, we'll have to look at the map maker as well. So challenges. Behead the undead. The old mansion on Gallows Hill is invested with undead spawn. Just a fin for target practice. Shoot the heads off 50 zombies in 2 minutes to win a prize.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to try and beat all these challenges, but I might just load each one up. But yeah, even with the other games, like the extended gameplay was always in doing the arcade, doing the challenges, and then... In fact, this specific challenge came back in the other games. I forget which one it is, but this specific challenge has come back a few times in the series. I feel like I've kind of cheesed this a bit. Coming out here. It is costing me time, yeah. That's the main thing. How did those miss? And yeah, this is before they had medals, so... The later games, these challenge modes, you'd get medals for different amounts. Like I said, that's fine. I just want to have a look at each mode. We don't need to be saving, but whatever. It's quick enough. A flock around the dock. Hooray! Duck hunting season opens today. Seems there's plenty of action going down by the waterfront. See if you can bag 100 in 5 minutes. It's Mr. Big.
Hey, I'm a busy man. I ain't got all day. Let's get down to business, huh?
Probably not the same Mr. Big from Narc, no. Really bad. What's that? Marlon Brando? Is that the impression he's trying to do? I'm bad with names, so. Oh, right. You don't start off with a gun in this mode. So this challenge I've played in... TimeSplitters Rewind. This was one of the ones they've brought over. Yeah, no, they did a pretty good job when they brought this challenge over to TimeSplitters Rewind, because it plays very similar to this. Even this enemy that stays up here, I remember seeing that and thinking, I wonder if that's accurate. Also, wow, they give you a lot of health in this mode. I think in Rewind, they let you respawn if you die. Here, they just give you a massive amount of health. Oh, I'm already on track for this. I wish I could do this voice. It's like a weird thing you have to like purse your lips or something to make this noise. Come on. Oh no, it's 100 kills. Yeah, the Donald Duck, yeah. But like 100 kills is maybe a bit too many. Yeah, I will say, glad that in TimeSplitters 2 onwards, you didn't have to unlock this mode, you just got it. Jojo, I should remember that Pato is Duck, because I think there's a duck in a kid show that's name is just Pato. Is it Pocoyo? I think it's Pocoyo. He's got a cool hat and sunglasses. Oh, you know what? We're kind of close, actually. I think to do this well, you definitely need to rotate the map a bit. Oh, I was so close. 3 kills away. A Tin Man trial. Oh, okay, no, Tin Man trial. You can unlock more challenges, from what I can see. So, like, if you beat Challenge A, you'll get more. If only I had a brain. Trouble is, every other Tin Man out on the street is thinking exactly the same thing. Can you grab the brain in a box and keep hold of it for 1 minute? But yeah, it's weird you do have to unlock this, because this challenge mode is basically just kind of weird takes on doing bot matches. Yeah. Where's the bag? Okay, I see it on the radar. This one's quite hard, actually. Oh. God, I can only keep it for a couple of seconds at the most, it feels like. Ooh. Way more boss to expect. I feel like that was kind of a selling point of TimeSplitters, was how well it did bot match stuff. Like, I played this game multiplayer as well, but with other people. But you could do a lot solo if you just having fun with the bots. Oh. This does make me want to play more online TimeSplitters Rewind at some point. Because there were some bugs, I was really waiting for like the next big update. Maybe it's stuff they fixed, like hot fix maybe, like you don't need a full download to fix the issues it had, I don't know. Hell yeah. It's interesting it unlocks arcade bots though. So yes, that shows you, yeah. The villagers have gone crustacean crazy. Chefs are boiling lobsters in the basement and fishwives are serving them up cold at the inn. You must help your shellfishy friends. Try to save at least 15 in 5 minutes 30. Could that be on? Yeah, we could do a TimeSplitters Rewind night at some point. Because it's more than just the multiplayer suite from this game. It's got stuff from 2 and Future Perfect in there as well. God, this is a weird one. Oh. You know what? It's been a very long time since I've had a fucking bot. Oh. Thought Twitch had gotten better about those. Oh, I have one of the bags. Okay. Yep. I don't know why all these fish-based ones I'm apparently the best at. Fucking spawn camping me. Oh, whoops. Ah, well. I tried to stop them from getting one there. Oh, this is silly. In a good way, though. Wow, the shotguns really are overpowered in this. Almost a guaranteed one-hit kill, it looks like. Really? I thought I had to get 10. Oh well. Oh, 15. Okay. Just go check quickly on these. Retro heat, plasma handguns. And yeah. Oh, yeah, bot fins. Yeah. Let's see what we've got unlocked. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a lot of characters to unlock still. Just want to double check these maps. Sorry, Minnie. Oh, I woke my cat up, but she was snoring. Just wanted to give you a pet, Minnie. That's all. There you go. Ah, yep, it's this level. So yeah, you can see bits of that level. The first level, but you can see they've also modified it as well. This level also feels very GoldenEye multiplayer, this kind of layout. Yeah, right now I just want to quickly look at all the maps. I might actually set up bot matches without bots just to make it quicker. Also, this one has an escort mission, interestingly enough. Okay. If I go to custom, there we go. Just want to see which maps I recognize, because they did bring some of these back in the later games. That China level is in Future Perfect. Okay, this one I've played in TimeSplitters Rewind. So yeah, it almost comes off like they built levels, you know, for multiplayer, and then at some point started picking which ones they were going to turn into single player levels, and then eventually were like, okay, let's make actual levels as well. But, you know, and every, you know, every map has its own music as well. That's why I wanted to show it. Oh. Alright. Yeah, Chinese we saw. Which one is this? Oh, okay. There's this way you could get really into this. It's good to see that as well. And yeah, that's the thing. When it comes to setting up all the bot match stuff, there is so much customization you can do. Funny pick as well how much of this is a bygone era mode for the most part. Like, the closest to this is that I know if you play Fortnite, they will populate matches with bots sometimes, especially if you're starting out. Oh, I like that. Free Radical Plaza. Ooh. Whoa. I get the feeling this was a copyright image that they've, like, wiped the face so you can't tell who it was supposed to be. Oh, wow. I don't think this Mauser pistol even came... Oh, no, this Mauser... It did come up in the campaign. Okay. And the Tommy gun did as well, yeah. I want to kind of pay attention and see if any of the weapons are, like, multiplayer exclusive. Yeah, dual Tommy guns. Oh, shit. We found it. We found the sewer level. There, it is a real video game after all. I should have known. You know, you can't jump in this. Is there, like, any way to get back up there if you come down here? Or are you just kind of stuck to the tunnels? I feel bad, actually. I hope maybe someone one day will do this. Go through the Bad Game Hall of Fame streams and find every time I've said that phrase. I can confirm I did say it on the first playthrough that I was on. One sec. Let's check it. Sorry, I was getting pinned on Discord. Okay, all good. Cyberden. Pistol, Uzi. Yeah, we saw those. We saw those. You know what? The cult did come up, but we barely used it. Let me double check if there's anything in here we didn't use. I think it's some of these mines didn't come up in the campaign. But see, it is kind of a genius, you know, not even kind of. It is just a really smart setting to go for, to have an excuse to do weapons from so many different time periods. Ah, here we go. It's this one. I swear that sound effect is just straight up in GoldenEye. But yeah, you can see with this level, the layout is the same as it was in single player. They probably just open up more of the doors that they had closed off, kind of thing. Oh, they do the award bins here as well. Nice. Streets and Village we probably saw. Did we see cows? Yeah, no, let's quickly look. I'm assuming the last characters I've not unlocked are in hard mode and probably the challenges. But you know, that's for someone else. Oh, hey, yeah, it's this map. Okay. Village, I'm pretty sure I know which level that is. I want to see this castle, though. That shows you, though, just a huge variety of maps as well. It does look like some stuff for multiplayer you have to unlock with the single player, but that's a little annoying. Oh, shit, this is completely different. Okay. Oh, this is maze-like. Funny enough, there's like a France level in the second game. I don't think it's supposed to be the actual Notre Dame, but it's like a Notre Dame-esque place. That's kind of in this vibe. Yeah. That's an interesting map. Very tight, though. God, actually, look, there's loads. I'm going to look at one more, and then we're going to look at the map maker. I'm just curious what the tool set was like in this first game. I need to mess around my memory cards because I don't know how. I've somehow got my TimeSplitters Future Perfect save file and my map files on different memory cards. And the problem is, one of them you're not allowed to transfer. It's like transfer protected for some reason. This looks like a Half-Life Deathmatch map, almost. People of Stapleania? Is that what that says? Stapleania? Let's see. Wanna... This is a interesting map. Victory for the people's independence. Now this is a GoldenEye sounding song. Holy shit. Yeah, they must have planned maybe for a longer campaign, and that's the impression I get for some of these multiplayer maps, is just campaign ideas that maybe got scrapped.
Have faith in the state. We will win.
Alright. Strange. Alright, let's have a look at the map maker. Let me see if there are any... Okay, that I recognize. That's not what I was trying to do. I wanted to see if they've got any preloaded ones. Oh, they do. Let's have a look at the map they made. Okay, pretty basic. Let's have a brief look at what the actual layout is here. But yeah, legitimately in the later games, you could make levels in the map maker that were pretty good, like to similar level to a lot of the multiplayer ones you could do. Okay, this kind of shows, because this is using some assets that look very similar to some of the single player stuff. Very, yeah, simple map though. It's just kind of this upgoing spiral design. So yeah, that's your different floors. Also, they kept this music. I think the later games used this for the map making screen. Oh, I see. That's just, yeah, how the transparency of the grid. Move cursor, pan map. Zoom in and out. Insert tile, item, light. Hold down, lasso selection. Okay, so that's... Yeah, this is not too dissimilar from the later map makers, I remember. And then the items are all... I'm not sure how this menu works, though. Oh, yeah, I remember this, yeah. The custom light and stuff you could do. You could make some very trippy maps doing this. Oh, there you go. And that shows you where your item spawns are. Right, yeah, this is all coming back to me. Yeah, the later one works like this as well. I'd be really curious if any of these maps, these sample maps, are based on multiplayer maps from GoldenEye. You know, that's clear. No, yeah. So yeah, you got your tile sets. You can even put custom music. And then, yeah, you got your room types. Corridor, longer corridor, T-shaped, corner, wider corner, full, yeah. And then it's got the little preview of the size of it. Open square. Staircase room. Room with a little platform. Try and remember. Hold on, let me look in. If you can rotate in this screen. Nah. It'd be nice if you could. Doesn't look like you can. But let's just... So you connect it that way. See what's on the next page. Yeah, where the later games get more complicated is that they kind of give you rooms and then there's multiple vents. Like you see, this is mostly built out for you. You can definitely start to set where ramps and paths are more so. So yeah, that's an elevation change. That's upper and a lower area. So that's the kind of tiles you get over there. So let's... just build something basic here. This one's interesting. That's where you can probably get a bit fancier with layouts. I'm curious. I want to try something. Nope. And yet, copy paste like that. It's a shame because this used to be more of a thing. I feel like the only first-person shooter series that still does stuff like this is Halo. And you know, that's barely a thing anymore. And then like that. No, we want this one. And then we'll put a spawn there. And then a gun there. But like even for the time this would have been cool. I legit don't know if there were any other first person shooters letting you do stuff like this. So yeah, the virtual one is pretty basic from what I remember. There you can see the 3 paths there. But I can show you quick if I go into map settings. We can change the theme. I guess at this, well, there's Halo, but then there's just there's the shit like Fortnite and Roblox events do, where people are just, or like VR chat, where people are just programming in those engines now and making full-on things, you know. Yeah, we saw that one. And yeah, like the fact you can mess with the lighting and in rooms as well is interesting if you want to make darker areas. Like, yeah, we're talking maps that would look like they could be, in terms of like the level layouts and stuff, that could be in a Nintendo 64 shooter. Oh, that's interesting. If you pick this theme, it also changes some of the rooms as well. Trying to see if you can tell that from here. Not quite. You'd have to go in and see. Alien, spaceport. Okay, so they don't have too many themes. They definitely expanded on that in the future as well. But for the first attempt, considering again this game was made in 16 months to launch with the system, the fact is this is even in here. Hell yeah, amen, drum loop. So yeah, it's kind of depending on the map theme you pick, that changes some of the look of the rooms. And things like this. And it, yeah, if like rooms open up. So that's a bit limiting. But yeah. I do miss this. Because yeah, nowadays if you want to get into making custom maps for stuff, you essentially have to learn how to use that engine. Like the simplest I can probably think of is fan-made stuff. Like there's modern Doom map maker like making tools that let you do stuff like this, and there's the Mario 64 tools that people have. I guess in terms of official thing, it's just Mario Maker 2 really, and that's a game built all around this. Oh hi, welcome to the stream, Aaron Batabo. I will say you did miss most of it. But I'm not sure exactly when I'll wrap up. But yeah, I played through and beat TimeSplitters 1. It's very cute to me that you start up the game and it just has the player select right here. Let's look at my stats then. Favorite character, Mary Beth Casey. That's not true. That's just because it took me that long to beat that fucking level. Hey, I've got my, Huh. I wonder why it says success rate and TimeSplitters dispatched as not applicable. Oh, I see, because that's overall, that's why. And I do have a PlayStation 2 multi-tap, not an official one. I do want to get an official one day, just to have it. Yeah, no, my favorite level is Dot Mansion. That's the level I played the most. That's different. Oh, cheeky. All right. Well, let's tier this, shall we? I think I know where this is going. This is a pretty easy one. It's good. I can't put it any higher than that because, and I don't think it's the game's fault or anything. It's just it's a very simple game. Oh, I don't know if you 100% that level here in Batabo, but the mansion was the level that I had the most difficulty with. I can't imagine, maybe on hard it's even worse, so maybe that's what it kind of means 100% to do it on every difficulty level. But look, this was their first outing as a new studio. You know, they were making something in the style of GoldenEye in less time. Like, GoldenEye, they worked on for a long time. I think they spent, like, almost 3 years, if not more, on that game. Whereas this was 1.5 years. And working with hardware, well, much like GoldenEye. When they started work on GoldenEye, they didn't have a Nintendo 64 even. But even more so with this. But, you know, the weapon feel is still great. The style is still great. Like, fun characters. Again, it's such a novel idea to have a first... Like, just any sort of game that has this many settings. Oh, yeah, not even 2 games, Iran Batabo, because they actually left midway through Perfect Dark's development. So they hadn't even made 2, technically. My understanding is they started, and probably, you know, it's not all of the Perfect Dark team that was there at the time. But they left halfway through. And yeah, as an overall shooter, Perfect Dark, assuming it didn't run like crap, would be the better game than this. But in terms of, you know, this is a launch title, proof of concept, like mostly as a multiplayer and like challenge suite, it's a really good product. Obviously, it wouldn't last you super long if you didn't have people to play with, because, you know, the campaign, you know, it would be going through on hard mode after being on normal, and then you're basically done with that, and then it would just be doing the challenges, and I think there's only 9 challenge things. I could be wrong about that. Let me see. Okay, there are unlocks tied to beating levels in fast times as well. Not many, it looks like. But some characters, it looks like. For example, it mentions Hick Hyde beat 1950 village on normal in under 1 minute 15. I wonder how you would even find out that you could unlock those, because it doesn't say. So, but you know, that's good. That's a good amount of replay value. In terms of like, and you know, I'm gonna look at this list of launch titles again. I have. This is the only first-person shooter you would have had, you know, and multiplayer in that kind of Nintendo 64. And PlayStation 1. It's not talked about as much, but the PlayStation 1 did have a decent suite of, like, versus first-person shooters. But, you know, the obvious flaws is the story is... Fredbear's generous. There essentially is no story. Like, the back of the box feels like someone wrote it after the fact. Like, the characters only have a tiny bit of personality because they have those little intros when you select them on the menu. A lot of the campaign maps are just the multiplayer maps. And a lot of the multiplayer maps have very simple... Like, they feel like they could have been made in that map maker. Right? And it's not until you get to the, like, back half third of the game where the levels start to feel built for single player in mind. And compared to the rest of the series, also just like the selection of modes and things like that is leaving a little bit to be desired. I don't know about Edge Magazine's claim that this is the game to get the PlayStation 2 4 at launch. But it would have been a good one. You know. But I think I'm confident on putting it in good. The campaign being short, it doesn't bother me that much, because there is a lot more to sink your teeth into. And having that map maker this early on in the game is... I think that's probably its biggest selling point, honestly, is more its multiplayer stuff. 2 and Future Perfect is where they have a lot more to offer as single-player games, even though there are unlocks tied to doing this. That's really where the series takes off in that regard. I am going to say, because there are potentially other places you can play this. You can play this on PlayStation 4, 5 via backwards compatibility. I don't count that in my Play Elsewhere tier. I don't count backwards compatibility versions, because that kind of gets into emulation at a certain point. And no, I would probably say if you wanted to play through these campaign levels, play them through TimeSplitters Rewind. There is some, I do have some issues, mainly as I mentioned, because of the lighting differences. Some of those levels are it's darker in a way that the originals weren't. But you do get the bonus that you can play it co-op online, because this campaign has co-op, but you can only do it local, because the PlayStation 2 is such a fascinating system. It launched having the space to eventually get the hard drive and Ethernet port, but that didn't come out until later. In fact, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 released before the Ethernet adapter even, and that was, you know, like late 2001, so it still took about a year plus for this system to get like the Ethernet adapter. It's a fascinating system. It's why I like covering it so much. But yeah, I can't necessarily say I'll just play TimeSplitters Rewind over this, because there are enough differences that I think that is a different experience as opposed to just a linear upgrade. But yeah, I do think I'm confident in that placement. In terms of TimeSplitters. So I can check that off the list. I've beaten that one now. So yeah, what will be coming up then? So yeah, next stream we'll jump back into Beyond Good and Evil. And then maybe after 2 streams I'll decide if there is a different game that I want to throw in the mix. You know, let's have a quick look at that actually. I'm gonna look at my list. I for a while I did a thing where I had all the games listed on one of those wheels. Oh, I do have Dynasty Warriors on my list. I just don't have enough. And I might even re-rank it. I think I have Dynasty Warriors 4, but I forget where it is. Let me look. And I think the cover art I used is technically Extreme Legends, but I kind of count that as the same, because it's a weird expansion disc that works with the original disc. Oh, okay, I have it under good. There's a chance, because that's the thing. I've only in the PlayStation 2 era, I've only played Dynasty Warriors 4. So I would have to actually play through all of them to rank them. But I would like to. Okay. So yeah, I have to think what kind of thing we want to do. I don't want to. So yeah, at one point. At one point, I used to have a wheel I would spin, you know, that would shuffle the games and select them that way. Also, hang on, I gotta wipe my glasses. But we'll go back to that at some point. But there's some games that I specifically wanted to get to and get out the way. So we're kind of doing Dealer's Choice right now. I'm on my Dealer's Choice arc. But maybe when I get to the point where it's like, okay, I've got the ones out the way I plan to, we'll go back to random select again. I think what I might actually do is I might break up the wheel into genres, because the problem is that I want to make sure we do a variety, so I don't want to do just like 5 first-person shooters in a row, you know? 5 platformers, things like that. And Wipeout, even though that took a long time because I had it on hiatus, I don't want to do a racing game immediately as well. I want to give some space between that, so I have to think actually. I want to do God of War 2 this year, but I might hold off on that a bit. I think I might wait until I've done Beyond Good and Evil at least. And I want to play another game or two. The one I want to get back to is World War II shooters, because I want to get to the point where I can start comparing Medal of Honor and Call of Duty. But we haven't done... I'm going to play those kind of when they both released, and I've got to do Rising Sun first. So let's have a look here. Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil we're playing. And there's some sports stuff as well, but I'm not quite in the mood for that yet. Heck. It's up... You know what, Iran Patarbo? Is there any games you would request? But anyway, if I've ranked them, that's not those. It would have to be something I've not ranked. There's a couple of those I do plan on replaying. But I'm trying to think what would be tonally interesting to contrast with Beyond Good and Evil. I could look at another launch title. We could do Dynasty Warriors 2. Because that's very different from what Beyond Good and Evil is. I don't have to own it. I have a... Let's just say I have a way to play games. Because here's the thing. I play the NTSC versions. Unless there's a specific reason to play the PAL one. Because this was the era where PAL releases would be compromised. Like 90% of the time. They would either be missing... they would be running at a low frame rate. Because they'd be running in 50 Hz. They would be running at the wrong speed. Or have desync issues. Or they would be missing... like progressive scan and widescreen and things like that. So, unless there's something in the PAL release that is exclusive to that version, I'm playing the NTSC ones. And I have a method that lets me play any NTSC game or NTSCJ game I want. I've been thinking about Dragon Guard as well. I guess it depends on how long some of these take as well to go through. That's the thing I have to consider myself with, of like picking something that's going to be quite a long playthrough. Do you know what? I was kind of thinking of doing Hitman 2. And the reason why is I've been playing Hitman World of Assassins. World of Assassination. Or, that's what it's called, yeah. Hitman World of Assassination in VR. Which is essentially, you can play through, you know, that rebooted series. You can play through 1, 2, and 3. All in VR. On PlayStation VR. Or PlayStation VR 2 if you have it. But I have the older one. And I was thinking about playing it so we could, like... Because I didn't get into this series. I was aware of it. But I didn't play any of the old Hitman games. So it would be, yeah, Hitman 2, Silent Assassin, Hitman Contracts, which from what I understand is basically them remaking the first one, like retelling it, because the first game's kind of janky to go back to, and it was PC only. And then there would be Blood Money. Because, though I do want to do Jack and Daxter at some point, but I think that's a bit too even though it's a bit different, there's some similarities to what Beyond Good and Evil is. So maybe not that one yet. I have to think on some of these. Okay. Okay, so Iran Pataba. I'll lead through your list, but like I said, some of these I have done playthroughs or ranked, so... Okay. So you've got Kingdom Hearts, which I've ranked both the Kingdom Hearts. Oh, well, all three of them, actually. Bouncer, I've also ranked. I might play through Bouncer again at some point to do the other characters. Because I've only done the Xeon playthrough. I've not played as the other two. That was done for the Bad Game Hall of Fame specifically, but... well, the segment I used to host, which might come back, it's just... I haven't had the time to kind of do those more bigger productions for a while. And then, yeah, the Dynasty Warrior games. Oh, and yeah, the Full Metal Alchemist games. Maybe I will look at Dynasty Warriors 2. Do a couple more launch title ones. I think I can pen that in, yeah. I have to sort it out because I don't think I've got it on my hard drive, on my backups yet. That'll be game 160. But, you know, legit. It's... Oh, yeah, Punisher. Yeah, yeah. That I definitely want to play that one day. Like I said, I'm trying to do something that's a bit different from shooty stuff. But Dynasty Warriors is perfect for that. Actually, with Punisher, I have to see if there's a way to play it without the censorship stuff. Either a patched ROM or maybe cheat stuff. I'll have to look into that for sure. But yeah, I need to see a better list. Because, yeah, this list of launch games is a list literally written in November 2000. So it might not even be 100% accurate. Stuff might have gotten delayed. I'm trying to remember, actually. Did I tier... I think I tiered the original SSX on here. Because I've actually... Yeah, I did play through the original SSX on my own time. Yeah. The only method is patching... I swear there was a way to play the console versions uncensored. Because, it's like Manhunt 2. Manhunt 2, apparently, because it's literally just... You know, because they did it last minute, it's literally just like a toggle in the code. So if you have a cheat device, it knows how to modify them. Alright, there is the Castlevanias. I don't hear great things about Lament of Innocence. So I want to play it through one day, but also... there's a chance that might end up kind of low on my tier, or I might gel with it. But... yeah, I think I'll do Dynasty Warriors again. Curse of Darkness is the one I hear less about. That's the one I hear that kind of starts off slow, but apparently once you get further into it, it gets better. And Nano Breakers. I mentioned Nano Breakers because it's in the same engine and it's Igarashi as well. But yeah, some of these other games I just don't know. Like, what the fuck is Aqua, Retchis, and Wild Racing? Yeah, we'll do... But yeah, I'll go back to Beyond Good and Evil next, and I'm not sure when the next stream will be for that. We'll have to see. Depending on how my twisted shoulder is, I might wait until that's recovered and then be back on camera. Because again, I thought I was going to be well enough, and I almost streamed yesterday, but then it turned out I didn't have the hardware stuff set up to do TimeSplitters yet. And then I woke up this morning and was like, wow, I've made it worse somehow. So now I need to take a break. But let me come to this screen while we've been chatting. And yeah, at some point I want to do some RPGs that I missed on the PlayStation 2. Dragon Quest... Star Ocean. That will definitely, whenever those come up, I would be going on and off, because those will obviously take a lot longer. But yeah, so next time I stream on this channel, we'll go back to Beyond Good and Evil, finish out the Slaughterhouse area. But I'm loving that so far. It's hard to say where I would tier that because I'm not that far into it. And I have to really think on if I think that version is too rough. Because, like, the first stream wasn't so bad. The second stream, there was definitely some frame rate stuff that was affecting the gameplay a bit. But also, I need to do more research into the 20th Anniversary Edition. Because if there's enough improvements in that version, I might just say, yeah, just play that version at this point. That's my rule with Play Elsewhere. It's basically a question of, is this still worth playing on the PlayStation 2? Is there any compromises that hurt this too much? And I don't think that's one of them. But we'll see. We'll see on that one. And yeah, it sounds like it improves a lot. It's just, the thing I start to care about, because that game also remodels and retextures stuff, is if it messes with the art direction or anything else like that. I need to do some research. And I know we still got quite a bit of Beyond Good and Evil to go, so, you know, I haven't dived deep into that. But, in terms of other stuff coming up, Bad Game Hall of Fame will be streaming Thursday. We're back on Wheelman, which is that. If you haven't seen that, and I know you have, Jodo, but anyone else watching, check out the playthrough. If you don't catch it live, check out the Bad Game Hall of Fame YouTube channel at least. That is an interesting game because it's very PlayStation 2 energy. And I do at one point want to play through the previous game that dev team made, which is LA Rush. But no, that playthrough's been great. There's a chance we'll finish it tomorrow, but we're not 100% sure. But we're definitely kind of getting near to if we're not in the final act. So definitely check that out. And yeah, follow me on Blue Sky, Twitter. And when I know I'm streaming on this channel, that's where I put my going live and information posts. And if you want to catch any old streams, those are over on YouTube at Johnny Baghead VODS. And my highlight channel is just at Johnny Baghead. And I might try and get a new highlight on there soon. There's a video that I had mostly finished, but I wanted to get my like best of year video out first, because it would have been weird to not have you'll see. But I might try and get that up soon. So look forward to that. But yeah, I'm gonna sign out for now. Let me double check. I don't actually know who's streaming right now. Let me look. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna end up for now. But yeah, y'all take care, everyone. Bye-bye!